Hello, hello, hello. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yeah, later today, but I think I mentioned it that I have plans today. I'm not sure anymore. But yeah. We should be good to stream a couple hours probably. Yeah, I want to move some of the components over to the new system. For that, I don't think we need necessarily much on the code generator side, except for that we need to build it, which I will do right away here. I think I should add a script for that or something like that. Because I think it would make sense to have a script for that. Actually, I'm not sure. Did that work? I actually didn't test that if that latest thing that I did works, but we will find out, I guess. There's one more warning in component generator. Let's fix that. 452. This one. Is it that current component could be null or that fields is null? 17. Is it that this is basically empty? I mean, I guess what we could do is get set. And then that should not be a, yeah, that shouldn't be a thing anymore. Perfect. Maybe not. A struct with weird initializers must. Really. Hey Captain Chica, hello, hello. I am actually, yeah, that's true. I'm not very good at keeping a schedule, not gonna lie. I mean, maybe I want to keep that actually as a struct. Yes. How are you doing? You had a... Do you already have vacation by now, or do you still work? Because I have now vacation since yesterday. Okay. Alright, let's see. Probably go here. Is it correct? No. we go here. Wait, what? Whatever that is. Components. Camera component. And I'm probably this one will disappear. More or less, yeah. Oh, that's nice. A month. That sounds nice. ID component. Name component. Probably transient component, I don't know. Then we have a free camera component. And we have a transform component, which I probably want to reiterate at one point, but let's see. No, okay. You have a deadline or something like that, I guess, then. Okay. And then let's remove this. Like all the headers we move. Or let's move them into a folder for now. No, we probably delete them. But for now, let's move them in here. Whatever Labadiena means, it's probably hello, but hello, 10x developer. Welcome, welcome. Alright, so let's change the... Oh, okay. I'm doing fine, you. Nice to see you drop in. Diana sounded like good day, right? Or something like that. Diana sounds like day. What is that language? Actually, now I'm curious. Need to Google it. Lithuanian. Oh, okay. Vienna. Hey. Alright, so here, where are my components? No, sorry, not editor, it's game core, right? Yeah. Here. That goes that. And we just change those for now. We leave the graphics ones as is for now, just so that we don't do too much. And then I think we remove all of those. Oops. Alright. The moment of truth. Well, actually not really, because we didn't fill those yet. But in theory it should already work if I just do a generate of the project, I think. That should already create us the files. If I did everything correct. Then that should give us already stubs of the generated components. We won't have the components themselves. Alright, camera. Oh. Fair. Oh, and then this is camera component. Well, that was an unfortunate thing. Did I hit randomize in the playlist? Probably not. Let's do that now. Still looking for like a new playlist, but it's really hard to find royalty-free music. Yes, this is Vulkan. I mean, I'm not sure if you will see a lot of Vulkan today, but yes, it is Vulkan. You can as well check it out here if you want to. Okay, yeah, so we have all the generated. I'm curious if I want to move the generated stuff somewhere. But yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe not, I don't know. But yeah, you can see it here. So basically that is... Let's kill that, we don't need that. And then we have our ID component here. Oh god. Did I call it here camera component? Yeah. So ID component, and I think I will open the old ones. Just so that I know what I have to copy over. But I think it was fairly simple. So yeah, it's hidden, that's fine. And yeah, we want to do like a normal thing, and that is actually read only. Because we don't want this to be changed. And then we have a name component, which I think as well is read only. Let's see if all of that actually works, because I have not done any line. Like this scale that I'm doing now is a little bit scary, to be honest. So we do serialize it. No, that's all fine. Yeah, I mean, I think this is like the IDs of the components change, which I'm not quite sure if I want to address it or not. My fiance was in Spain for 4 months too long. Why? Transient. I think that one was just a flag, right? Yeah. So in theory, I want this transient component to be hidden and transient. Who is cooking at 6 p.m? You mean that's too early or too late? Because for Spain that's quite early. Like a lot early. Yeah, the transform one will actually be a little bit of a problem, but let's see. So we have a vector 3 of those, okay. Yeah, exactly. That's what I thought. Well, nothing actually. Transform component. We don't have default values yet, so that's something we definitely need. No, we don't need those. Yeah, let's see if that actually works, because that's really untested. I think I did all of them now. And we will probably fail to build. So cook or something. Alright, so here that stuff is gone. That looks good as well. Yeah, we get a bunch of arrows, of course, for the transform component, which makes sense. Why is that a thing? I mean, it's there. That's very weird. Okay, that is a bug that I need to address. It should be like that. But regardless of that, why would that be a problem? Does it need to be like that? No. Cannot resolve symbol. I am confused by that. Here it works. What? That works. Why? Ah. Okay, I see. Need a little bit more stuff. For this to work, I think the old transient. Did the old transient component even have an ID? No. Oh, because we don't need that, right? Yeah. I think I want this to be runtime only, which is a new attribute that I added. The ID is fine. The name component is probably editor only, to be honest. Which is as well something I added. But it doesn't parse yet, but it's an attribute that exists, but it doesn't do anything. Well, it can be hidden as well. All right. So there is a couple of errors, of course, which I am not quite sure yet where they come from. So let's comment that out. don't need that. Wait, did I not do the free camera? Fascinating. Well, what is that even doing except for nothing? Why do we even include that? Oh, okay, the name component is there. Why did I forget the free camera? Not quite sure, but let's add that. I think it was that, right? Yeah. And then, yeah, we have a bunch of more errors all over the place. Okay, where is it even needed? Oh, okay, this. Where? Wait. Oh, okay, transient component failure. Transform. Well, yeah, that one is a bit of a problem, right? We need to address that. Did you know const expr can prevent undefined behavior? In what sort of context? But maybe I didn't. I don't know. But I think I need some more info for that. What do you mean with that? Ah, okay, that's what you mean. Yeah. Okay, yeah. That much I know, yeah. So why is that a thing? Why? I don't get that. Why it doesn't find the ID component. That is so bizarre. I'm telling you, this is the weirdest shit ever. Why is that a thing? Well, let's build the project again for the free camera controller, but is there some weird include stuff going on, or I don't know. Let's try to find that out. But so far I'm happy. It works better than expected. The code generation. So we have free camera. So that would be free camera component. Let's see what we had there, because I have absolutely no idea. Okay, we had the system there as well. That's a bit of a problem, but it's fine. And then we had those properties, which we need again default properties for, which we currently don't have. Yeah, probably we should add that as soon as possible. And then that one is actually probably nothing here. And the rest is fine, I think. I think we don't have any limitations on that one for now that I can think of. And then we have the free camera runtime component, which is runtime only. That will be the first time that we try two components in one. Runtime only. This one goes away. Where? Oh, okay. And hide or hidden. This one as well. Well, I mean, the whole thing is runtime only, right? So why even bother? Let's build. Let's see what comes out. Again, I need to connect the runtime only thing because we didn't have that yet, so we need that. Transient component. Wait, why? Ah, because we have to run. Yeah, okay. Hello, what's up? Welcome, welcome. Okay, so we need a couple of new features in the code generator. So first things first. We need yeah, we're not done yet with the or I mean, we are done. I want to port those components over to see how good it works, and then we move on to that. Yeah, but probably tomorrow, unless I'm super quick today, but let's see. But I'm still not sure how I want to do the controller, so probably tomorrow will be a big back and forth because I'm not quite sure. I'm not sure how to do the controllers. There's a couple of ways, and I'm not sure which one I want to do for the engine. So there's an easy route, and then there is the route that is more painful, but probably I wouldn't say the better one, but I will learn a lot along the way. It's probably be more interesting. And the dependency is not there like we would have. So the easy route would be using SDL, because you can just use the input part from SDL, I saw. And what that would allow us is we basically have controller support on all platforms for free. I mean, for free with SDL, right? But for free, basically. That would be the easy route. And then the hard one would be, but I mean, yeah, that comes with the downside of like linking and like needing SDL, which is quite big. The other way would be we do platform specific input, which is for Windows it will probably be X input / game input, I think it's called. No. Currently I use the Windows API for mouse and keyboard, and I have a game input implementation for controllers, which more or less works. I think I just broke it somewhere in the past, but it's still in the engine. So it's still here, game input somewhere. What is it called? Windows game controller, yeah. But it's currently compiled away because I don't have game input anymore right now. But that was using game input, which is the new Windows thing. The game I'm doing, what it's about, it's well, we are pretty far away from the game. We didn't even start. It's more engine work currently. But the game itself that I plan to do would be some kind of exploration game in 3D. Yeah, it's a little bit hard to describe, and I don't know how much I want to describe yet. The Win32 is a little bit spread, so one is in native window, that is the main part, which is here in, where is it? On window proc. Well, yeah, handle window messages, this is it. So here you handle a bunch of stuff, and then when I encounter, where is it? When I don't handle anything here, what I do is I forward it, and that goes into my input system, which registers a window message handler, and then this handles the VM key down, key up, and system key up, as well as the VM mouse move and mouse button. So it's in input system, most of it. Actually, all of it is in input system. So it's in Onyx input, I think, yeah. Sure. But I'm not claiming that the stuff I do is correct, right? It works. And I think it's mostly correct, but... While the game input is a little bit weird, to be honest. It's really hard to get it running on... it was really hard to get it running on just a Windows machine. Because you need to... I think I documented it somewhere. You need to install something super weird with the Microsoft installer. I think I have it somewhere here in my README. In the Windows build instruction, I think. Game input. Yeah, exactly. You need the required SDK Windows version, which is this one. And if you don't have that installed, you don't have Windows game, like the game input library or something like that. Don't take that like 100% for granted, but that's how I got it to work. Installing this specific Windows SDK version. And then following those steps. Basically. And then my CMake script can find the game input library based on that. But I actually don't know the licensing terms of game input. But yeah, I mean, it's Windows. I mean, yeah. Yes, it is. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, usually the game input was only in the GDK package, yeah, but it's not no longer only in the GDK. It's now, it seems like, in a Windows SDK as well. But yeah, it's a little bit obscure and really hard to find and stuff like that. Alright, so what I wanted to do is actually fix the code generator. So what I want for, so the transient one is called runtime only hidden. So what I want for those is if we are transient, is runtime only. If maybe we add a function for that. Component serializer, and then that is basically is runtime only equals false and is transient. It's false, I think. I think I should have that check somewhere else as well. Here, transient, yeah, that's fine. Where, okay, where? Here probably as well is serializable. Serializable components. Serializable. God damn it, what a hard word. Alright, is... Oh, it's transient. The question is if the is transient is actually the same that I do with is runtime only and transient the same thing, and I have the concept for the same thing. Maybe, right? I think transient is then kinda obsolete. Why would I have different flags for that? Maybe transient just dies out. Maybe I don't want the transient thing anymore. Let me look at my components again. Is there any reason why I would want... The transient means it's not... not serialized. Which basically is the same as transient. I think it's an obsolete attribute then. I think we don't need that. And then I think we don't need that. I will comment it out and not kill it yet, but I think that's garbage. Read runtime only. None. Would be that. I think that actually makes it a little more reasonable. Yeah, serializable components is fine. Is runtime only equals false, and we do that. Let's clear the attribute itself. I think there was another one. Ah yeah, I wanted to have if for the visibility thing of fields has hidden fields. That's actually a little bit different. As runtime only fields, I think. Let me check my notes quickly. I think I have some notes in Google Docs or something like that. Yeah, raw input can be used. I've never implemented it myself, but some games use it. Or some engines use it. But I'm not too sure if it's the smartest way to do it. But again, the thing is, I think most of the game engines try to use something else than raw input, but I don't remember exactly the reasons why. I'm not an expert on that. I think it's just old API or something like that. I'm not sure. Did I kill that thing? Maybe I did. Not quite sure if I had... let's just go with it for now. I think runtime only was the thing that I want to show. If is runtime only basically, and then here if field is hidden we continue, I think, and the hidden fields has visible. Yeah, I think if we have basically if any is not hidden, right? That should do it. But at that point, why do we even generate it? As editor fields. If that is false, we continue. Now I think this goes away. Yeah, I can't really say how raw input works, so... But it's not really on my list to add, to be honest. If... Why do we... It's runtime only. And then... Basically this, right? If we have... Oh god damn it, no, stop it. This, if we have editor fields, if any of them are not hidden, we generate this. Well, is that true? Ah, skip indent, okay, yeah. Alright. Maybe that's good enough. So we have that. So I guess I need to change all my components. To runtime only. Runtime only as well means we don't serialize it. Actually, runtime only and hidden. I want both for this. Because that one I can combine. And then this one is fine. This one is runtime only hidden. Probably. That is hidden. Read only. Perfect. Editor only hidden. Read only. We don't do the editor only for now. think this one is runtime only. Transient component, this one runtime only hidden. Perfect. Yeah, probably, maybe ish could work. Could as well horribly fail. Let's see. Okay. I mean, a little bit better. So that one would be Gen. I'm wondering if I want to have the extension here still. Yeah, whatever. For now we keep it. Game core camera has already been defined. Where? Again, this should be here for goddamn. I don't know yet. Don't ask me some easier question. I don't know. I didn't choose yet. Not sure. I will probably try it on my Arch Linux and then probably, yeah, see how that goes. I'm even not sure if I try X11 or Wayland yet. But it's something I have to figure out because I wanted to do that in my vacation now. So the plan for my vacation is fixing the graphics bug I have on the Nvidia series, because yeah, I noticed that the terrain does not work on those. So I have like the PC from my fiance has a 3060 or 3070, I'm not sure, but yeah, I will probably work a couple of days on that machine so that I can iron out those bugs. There will be probably, I mean, of course no streams because I don't have a streaming setup on that machine, but whatever I find I will then show on stream. If I mean, I will probably find the error, but yeah, not sure what it is yet. Okay, so we need this and we need this. Okay, yeah, fine. Ambiguous. Why is it ambiguous? So I have this in that file and I have... Oh. But it's not there yet anymore, right? Why does this still exist? Shouldn't you have been deleted? Okay, that's a bug, but that's not dwell too much into. Oh, okay. I see. Okay, and so we need the camera system stuff. Is that the only thing that's missing? Kinda-ish. Ah, wait, okay. So this one... I mean, probably I have to kill all of those in the editor. So let's do that. So it's this. All of those should be gone. And I think that's it for now. Probably. Let's move them as well to a folder, so that I know that I delete them. Is that why it was causing problems? I'm wondering why. Oh, I think I know why. That is not finished yet. I think I saw that yesterday. There's one missing piece from the code generator. That's why we had left over this one generation file. Alright, that looks nice now. Okay. Getting there. So what we need to do is in game core we need to... Yeah, here. Open containing thing and then camera system for now. And probably in modules. Game core public. A camera system .h. Hello Riven main. Welcome. I think we can put all of the camera. Let me actually check before we do that. Is it here? No. Is it here? No. Probably is in game core pub a private. Here. What is the system doing? That's the controller for the... Let's actually move that. Okay, let's restore that. In here. Free camera system. And then camera system itself, which I'm not quite sure what it was. So let's go back. That was just... What was that doing? It gets the component. And updates with the rotate. Okay, it updates the position of the camera, I guess. I'm not quite sure if that's needed. But we will keep it. Camera system. Now we do the same in the public one, which basically is reviving the old ones. So this one and this one, just for the system part. Free camera system. All right. And then here, no, not in editor, in game core. Oh yeah, that's something I changed as well. Those files are now way simpler because you can see we don't have the path anymore. That's like cleaned up since a day or 2 days ago. I don't know. I went through all my CMake scripts. The CMake setup is now way simpler than it was before. Or like for the outside person it's simpler. Internally it's the same complexity, but a lot of the complexity is now hidden. Alright, so I'm wondering if I can't leave that empty, but okay. We will deal with that one step at a time. I mean, then again, I mean, yeah, we should not do that. Let me think. Oh yeah, we wanted to go to the systems, right? So basically all of that goes away. That just goes here. That one goes away. Don't think I need any of that crap. Don't need that. Okay, not quite sure why that doesn't work, but we will find out. Free camera. Shouldn't you be here? Where is my controller then? Hold on. Is that really in the old one? Game core. Oh, that's generated. God damn it. Free camera? Did I not copy that over? Or did I name it wrong? I think I named it wrong. Free camera. Controller component. Yeah, okay, I named it wrong. I mean, yeah, it's fine, I think. Let's generate that. That should now create that class correctly, hopefully. Maybe not. Oh no, it did. Perfect. Nice. I guess that's rotation like that. That's a lot of stuff that we might have to fix, but one step at a time. Oh wait, that is game core systems, camera system. Some stuff still works as is, but other stuff definitely doesn't work. That would be this, and that would be not quite there yet. Why is... wait, hold on. First of all, can't I do that? And then the other question is... okay, so that's garbage, right? Yeah, let's do it similar to the other one. Update positions. Void register systems. We do the same as we do here. But that should hopefully work. Ish. I mean, this would be then camera register systems. Camera or systems. Camera system. So that much works, and then we just need to restore this get rotation matrix. Which I'm not even sure anymore what that exactly did, but let's find out. I mean, I can imagine, but I don't know how it did it. Adjust cars on the rotor. That's a bit... I mean, we can hack that for now, it's fine. So basically we could do rotation, get like 2 matrix 3 probably? Was it matrix 3? Do I even need that? Can't I do that? Oh, that doesn't exist though. I thought I have that. Alright. Or something to do in the future. Let's see how far we get with that. Okay, not very far. We have a bunch of other arrows now. God damn it, I didn't press that. Press the X. What is that? Oh, that's interesting, okay. Oh, that's terrain streaming, okay. Is that all? No. Yeah. Why do we need that? Oh, get transform. Yeah, that's a problem. God damn it. Translation set to that. Rotation oiler is that. And yeah, then we need that. And scale equals that again, probably with a to do, because that doesn't really work like that. And let's add a big to do here. So yeah, maybe we need some more work tomorrow actually. That's a little bit, I mean, it depends how I want to solve it, but rotation oiler actually, which absolutely does jack shit, so we probably look into the wrong direction. But I just want to get it running for now, and then I will think of something. Okay. Why would you not be commented? But okay. You should have been commented. Okay. Fine with me. Very bizarre code that I generated here. Good. How did I manage that? Code gen. Oh, okay, sure. Guess I moved the wrong parenthesis somewhere. Yeah, that is unfortunate. That nesting here force show. I mean, why am I even... Wait, hold on. It's wrong way around, right? It's to be like that. Oh no, I didn't want to. God damn it. I wanted this one. Rebuild the code generator. Not rebuild the CMake project. Alright, so now if we rerun that, this should clean up, hopefully. Although maybe not, right? Because I think I need to do a rebuild. That's one other thing that's on the list. Because currently the code generator, we only check the executable if that timestamp or like that file changed, but not the DLLs. Are you still using ReSharper? No, I still use ReSharper. How come you think I disabled it? Because of the color scheme or what? I think I turned off the colors, but that's already forever. I think I've never used the color scheme of ReSharper. But you will soon see me suffer through a new experience because I probably want to try something different than Visual Studio eventually. Ah, okay. Yeah, that... that's it. That's a ReSharper thing. I don't know. I didn't update it, but it seems like it's fine for now. I don't know. It probably pops up again at one point. So I have some plans for this vacation. I want to... I mean, I probably won't finish 0.5, but I want to get close to it. Because 06 actually sounds way more fun, to be honest. Did I break it? What? Am I stupid? Has runtime only fields. And if we have runtime only fields, we do this. Okay, I know I'm stupid, yeah. It's fine, it was fine actually. Are those 4 things left for? Let me check. Yeah, but bug fix and polish I pretty much already did. Besides, like the because this part with the code generation counts a little bit as a polish. And controller support shouldn't take too much because, as I said, it's more or less already. I have game input running, and it was more about fixing it. Because I'm not sure if I will do game controller support for Linux right away. But yeah, the 0.5, the biggest thing on the list would be Linux support. That would be really the biggest thing that's missing. Which I think... I mean, let's see, probably I will bite... Or like, eat those words, that's the saying. It shouldn't, I think, be too hard to get it running. But, yeah. Okay, so I did it right and I broke it perfect. So I think there was a different error that caused the force show to be weird. But let's see. Oh, we compiled. Are we running is the other question. Okay. Okay. Not bad. We broke the camera. I cannot move. Perfect. Kinda. Yeah, kinda expected actually. And I broke all of my components, of course. Which makes sense as well. But could have been worse. Could have been worse. Alright, so one thing I want to do first is transform component. So I want this bill at top. And then here name rotation. I think I can have it without that actually. Yeah, that's fine. So far so good. Let's build that. That should hopefully do the component again. See, that's the weird part. Wait, what? I did it again. I wonder why. This component is the only one that breaks with this force show, but why? Camera. Runtime only. Ah, it's probably... Actually, I think I know what it is. Has runtime... Component is runtime only and component hidden equals force. I think that should do it. What in your opinion is a language that needs devs but has a shortage of it? Not sure actually. I mean, it always as well depends on what kind of work you want to do. So for example, if you just want to earn money and you have some sort of let's say resilience, probably one language that is like short on people is like what was it called? Is it Fortran or something like that? Like a super old language, which is Cobalt. Yeah, that was it. Thank you. My fiance said it. That one is used in the banking stuff and finance stuff and whatnot, and in some corporate stuff as well. And with that, you have like a pretty good job security because there's not a lot of people that can do that. But it's probably pretty painful. So there's that. But if you want to do like game kind of programming, I think there is not really a lot of flexibility. You probably have to find your way around C++. There is C#, but the companies that like use it are a little bit what do you say, sparse, or yeah. I mean, in the indie scene maybe a little bit more, right? I can't speak for that, and it's probably used a little bit more in this, but in AAA, Unity is not really used that much. Which would be C#. So yeah, the games business is a little bit stuck on C++ for the foreseeable future. Alright, so perfect. Translation rotation scale. So we fixed that. I'm not quite sure why my camera does not work. Is the camera system card? That's the first step. Okay, it is. Ah, but we probably never update that thing, right? Free camera system. No, we should actually. Unless we're not calling this one. Oh no, we do. But we never applied anything here, or what? Why would my right mouse button not work? Okay, no, it does. Very weird. Oh, it's because the speed. Yes, of course. God damn it. No, I know why. We need default values for my component fields. So let's try to do that. Not here, but here. These need default values like that. Actually, it seems to have parsed that, which is kind of interesting. It seems to have not had any problems with this parsing there. So let's go here, free camera. Yeah. I mean, it always like, yeah, that's again a matter of like what you want to achieve. I mainly started with it just out of curiosity. I mean, I have a job in the games industry already. I don't need I'm not doing it for that like sense that I think I want to do like something revolutionary with that, or like I want to prove anything. It's more like I enjoy the work on games and systems, and a game engine is pretty much the core of that, and it's really interesting to build it from scratch and like learn all the bits and pieces that come with it. Because if you work on a game in like AAA, for example, you always see only a very small part of it because most of the engine, for example, is already done. So you don't really see the, I would say, full picture. It's really hard to see as well the full picture because it's just vast, right? There's like 100 different systems that go into a game engine. So there's that. So I would say it's curiosity, trying to learn stuff, and then yeah, if something comes out of it, it's great. If not, it's not such a big deal. But for me, it's more the fun of doing it and learning. But yeah, there are some people that think they can compete with Unity and Unreal, and I mean, that's fair. I don't think that's very realistic, but and sometimes Unity and Unreal, of course, are maybe not the right fit for your project as well. Because, for example, Unreal is not very good for 2D games in general. Like, you have to really fight a little bit to get it to do like nice 2D games. Not that it can't, right? It certainly can, but... And even Unity, it can do 2D, but again, it's a little bit like... It's a general purpose engine, so it has to do everything very, like, on a solid level, so... It does some things in stupid ways that maybe are simpler if you just do it yourself in like a very similar small 2D game. So even in Unity, just making a game with sprites is a bit more painful maybe than if you do it yourself. But on the other hand, what you get for free with Unity and Unreal is like platform support, which is a big thing that some people sometimes forget. Because you don't need to bother about Linux, Switch, PS5, whatever, mobile. You just more or less get that for free. Of course, there's like caveats to that with interface, like UI and stuff like that. It doesn't really come for free, but like just getting the game running is like more or less for free. Yeah, and then I want to add the code generator so that it recognizes this. So where do we do parse? Oh god, I'm not in. So here. That's attributes. Yeah, I need to do that. And then we have this, and we split on that. And then for now, yeah, we remove empty entries. So if tool has default value is basically if our trimmed contains an equal sign, then if has default value we god damn it, we basically put that here. The question is, oh, we have default value. Is default value, which by default the default value is probably empty, so we do that. And then here default value is, I think, parts. It should probably be parts 3, because parts 2 will be the equal sign. Let's see if that works. think I should still be able to run that. Okay. Parts 4. Yeah. Okay. That worked. I think we want to have that. Can I have an array here? Can I do this? Unfortunate. That would have been nice. Is it possible in C# somehow? Do I just need to do an any? But I mean, it's unfortunate. Any. That should work, right? I mean, that's pretty okay. And if we have a default value, then we do that. And we probably split. Maybe we split on those as well. I'm not sure if that will change anything. Oh yeah, okay, that removes one of the parts, of course. So we need to do parts 2 here. But now I think we support like all the things. So what we need to do is output that. So where do we do that? In the header, right? Here. When you write this. And if we have default value. Oh, we should already be doing that. Okay. So in theory, if I do this one, we should be already outputting the default value, hopefully. Oh, it seems like it already did it. No, that's the old one, sorry. Because we generated it already. Yeah, that looks fine. Does it build or do I need .f behind it? It looks like I need a .f. Which I'm not sure how to do yet. I think I have the type, right? Yeah, or definition. I didn't like it's either it's either component descriptor or definition. I think it will probably be definition. I think for now, to keep it simple, I will just add the f. Yeah, it's an I'm not sure if I like that abbreviation, but yeah, it's the most sensible, even though it has another meaning. But what can you do? I wonder if there is a way to... I mean, what if we do... think what I... would that work? Oh, that's string, sorry, that's wrong. We'll need to do it here. Would it work if I do this and then beard type name? That's very ugly, but I think it might actually work. Let's run that because it will generate that new. Thank you, Mouse Games TV, for the follow. I mean, that works. Is it nice? Probably not, but I think it might be the smart thing to do for now because I don't know how to add the .f at the end, to be honest, in a smart way. It's funny that it says redundant, but if it's not there, he complains. It's like, cool story. Let's see, can we rotate again the camera? It looks like we can. Oh yeah, we can. Perfect. Cool. Alright. Better than expected already. There's two things that don't work yet. Well, besides this one probably. Well, this gizmo is probably not working. Yeah, exactly. What I thought. And yeah, the translation IDs, I don't really care. But the components are missing from here. So we need that, which is basically those cores. Which I'm not sure how I would do. Let me think. How did I do those in the past? Here, right? Wait, shouldn't it work? Which ones am I missing? Oh, actually, I mean, maybe I'm not missing any. Maybe I'm actually not missing any. Well, is that chord? Oh, it is chord, okay. Am I not missing component? I thought I had more than that. Maybe I didn't. Oh, maybe I didn't. Maybe that's the only components I had. All right. Yeah, this one is quite painful. Maybe I will think about something there. Because I'm not sure. A text component. Oh no, I think I saw it, right? I will take a quick break, get some water. And then we will continue. I think I need some... Well, first I want to probably fix this, that the gizmo works again. Maybe I fixed the translation IDs, I'm not sure. To be honest, not very important for me. Okay, that's pretty nice. Does renaming work? Okay, yeah, that works. Alright. If I add a free camera controller here. Okay. Oh, nice. That's the runtime component, right? And that is hidden completely if you're not having the debug view. So that all works as expected. That's pretty nice. So far, so good. Yeah. Be right back. Gonna get some water. Maybe a coffee, I'm not sure. Yeah. Give me 2 minutes. And then we will see how we continue.
Can you face the future? Can you exist in a world of atomic war? Can you travel with the speed of sound? Move through the
All right.
crash the barriers of space
Let's see.
into another age? The Time Machine.
I'm really not sure if I miss it. It feels like I'm missing a component, but maybe not. Let's fix the translation because that one is simple. Where is it? Code data. Not this data. The engine data. Here. local components. This one. Yeah, we adjust those in a second. Yeah, I'm missing some components, right? I'm not. Maybe I am stupid. So that if I reload, that should now have all the components. Nice. Yeah. Maybe maybe I wasn't missing it. It probably was that they were not sorted. That's what made me look. That made it look worse than it actually is. Okay. I think we didn't have more components than that. Alright, but my transform is not how it used to be. In two senses. If we compare it, so first of all, I mean the gizmos don't work, so that's one thing that's a bit of a problem. Even though it looks like they are. They do here, but I think I did the translation. Yeah, okay, all good. Makes sense. But the other thing that's not working is if we compare it to the old version. Actually, the old editor version. And that's something we need to address on the code generation side. Which I'm not sure yet how to do. To be 100% certain. I mean, I have some ideas, but... Old transform, I think? Yeah, we had like this, right? That the rotation was stored in radians, but it was shown in degrees in the editor. And we need to do that. So basically what I need to do is when we do the... So first of all, we need to go to the transform component. First things first. And I already prepared an attribute for that. Which is unit radians. Display unit. How do I do that? Yeah, I think I would want to have it like that. Unit equals that, and display unit equals degrees. Something along those lines. It would as well work if we just do that. But I think I want to be explicit here, so that it's easier to read. But we need to allow that parsing. Which I'm not sure how we do that yet. You mean here have a different type or what? Now that's another way we could do it. That would work as well, but I'm not sure what I would call. So it would probably be a vector 3 whatever, right? That would be then the type vector 3, let's say angle, for example. Or something like that. Yeah, maybe. I would think about that. Let's see, let's try first that. but I will keep that in mind. It's not a bad suggestion in any way. It might actually be in the long term quite nice. Read only. No, we don't need any of that. It's basically if our field get attribute unit attribute is unit attribute, then we would do some stuff here. Which of course actually is a little bit painful. Because how would I know what to do here? It would be kinda hard coded. Maybe your idea is better. I mean, it's definitely a good idea. But what would I call that type, to be honest? But I still need to... I'm not sure. Actually, we first need to parse it. If I even want to do something, I need to first parse it. So let's leave that out, because I don't think the parsing currently works even. Where would that parsing be again? In the parser, of course. And then here get attribute. Question is, can I even do that, right? I mean, because problem is okay, it dies even. Oh, okay. Cool. What? Attribute strings. Why did it? Because we split on... Oh my god. Yeah, okay, here it already fails miserable. Or miserably. Because we're not allowed to split on that. See, that parser is not solid yet. I actually have an idea how to make it a little bit more solid, but... I guess we could... this one for the component files, no, yeah, it's line by line, yeah. For the C++ file parsing, I actually have an AST, because I use tree-sitter for it. And that was one idea, that maybe I write the 3-seater language file for this component language. Because that shouldn't be too hard. But I will not do that right now. That being said, let's try to make that a little smarter. Maybe we split on this. Could actually split on that, right? Could split on any of those characters. Then we don't have those anymore. But I don't think that's a problem per se. Ah, wait. No, that doesn't work either. Because that doesn't work with multiple string attributes. No, we need a better parser for that. Sure. Yeah, I mean, I'm curious. If you want to share it, I don't mind. I will take a look at it. Yeah, that is really bad. Need a little bit better or a smarter idea for splitting here. Sorry. Capacity HPP, what? Why is... Okay. I'm not sure what Twitch did there or why it's just capacity HPP again, but okay. Oh, okay. I mean... But does that help me too much? I mean, kinda and kinda not, right? Represent type, period type. Ratio. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure if... I mean, it's an interesting concept and it might... The only thing it doesn't really solve is how I do the editor part, right? Because I mean, it's one way, yeah, I can do that in code and like have the radiance then as a type, and that one could have a, but I still need the code to generate the editor stuff. So because just marking this as, for example, a vector 3 of radiance, like that, for example, now, how would it know that I want to display it as degrees? I still need some attribute here to say, I don't know, degrees or whatever, to show as degrees. So it kind of helps maybe on the code side. It doesn't really help with that stuff that I'm currently trying to figure out. But yeah, I will actually put that, I will save your, I'm not sure how long those links are active, but I probably will yank them into a text document, but I will actually store those. Possible improvement for types with different units, e.g. radians, degrees, meters, centimeters, etc. Save as desktop. Beautiful desktop. But thank you, I will consider it. I will, if I take it, of course, put you somewhere in the yeah, whatever, read me or whatever. If you don't mind. No, I mean, I'm not taking credit for something that I didn't come up with. Alright, but can I solve that in a simple way without writing the full parser now for this? I guess what we could do is not split, but have that, and then maybe we do maybe we do a while or something like that. First or default maybe? Or maybe take while. Maybe take while, maybe. That might actually be a good part. C is not a comma. Or an opening bracket. Well, or a closing bracket, probably. It's actually not helping that much. Because I need some more context. Probably I need to really parse it character by character. Is attribute parameters. Let's do it like that. It's not very nice, but it will work probably. So if C equals that, then we say is in attribute parameters true. If C is that, we close it again. Otherwise, we have here a var, well, a string attribute type string. Attribute, well, we could actually current string, I don't know, let's call it that. Or do we, no, actually we do that and then we have here a list string list. I have no idea where those come from, really. Those weird emoticons. Parameters is that. Well, we probably need to have one here as well. If C equals that, then we do some stuff. So if is in attribute params, then we push our attribute param. Else we... That's really ugly. It would be so much simpler if we have a 3-sitter already for that, but what can you do? Otherwise... Actually nothing otherwise. Well, we probably clear it again. Well, actually no. No, actually we do something here, else we need to actually do the... Yeah, otherwise we need to do this part here, which is getting the attribute here. We give it our attribute parameters. Not sure. Oh. To array, I guess. And then this would be gone. And if I'm not sure if we need to do more. Let's see. Maybe that's already good enough. I'm not sure. Maybe not. If parameters is null or empty, I guess. Okay. Yeah, that is unfortunate. That's not what I wanted. How did that happen? Station. What? Did I break my file? Name rotation. Yeah, no, I'm not quite sure how that would have happened. How do I need... Oh wait, do I clear those? No, right? So I probably need to do here that equals empty. And here probably as well. Well, we need to, if our... that one is not null and empty, then we need to of course add that as well. If that is false. I think that will clean that up. Okay, yeah. Except for that. Oh, well. And that should be again a little bit better. That should give us this exactly. And then the only question is, can I initialize that somehow? Probably not, right? Because probably this create instance doesn't accept named stuff. Can I maybe... What? Wait, what? How did that work? Okay. Oh, wait. I need to do that different here. For now I will copy paste, but basically when we leave the attribute stuff we need to as well do that. Pretty sure. Rotation. Oh, that's the name attribute, right? Oh well, yeah. Fair. Every time we add an attribute we need to clear that list. Clear. I will clean that up, but for now I want to get it working. And now we will clean it up. Damn it. Wait, what? Name attribute. But why would... How would that be empty? Oh. I guess we would do... as well that and clear that to string empty. Because I don't think there is a clear function, right? Yeah. And then else if basically that. We might need that here as well. I'm not sure. Oh, we definitely need to clear as well that name here. Again, that would be so much simpler if I already had a TypeScript tree-sitter language for that, because then this would be all very, very well defined. 2. Yeah, exactly. So the question is, can... What? Do I not have that? Unit attribute. Shouldn't you be... What? Why? Let's redo that. Okay. Attribute type. Locals. Build unit. Unit. Shouldn't you be returning true? String equals return false. Oh, because... God damn it. How did I do that? Okay, perfect. The question is, okay, it doesn't have a constructor. Right, so... I mean, I guess I could do that. Can I find that out? Is the question. So I guess that doesn't have a constructor, right? So that's one problem for sure. Yeah. Hmm. Question is, can I find out that I can construct it just as is? Because I'm not sure if I can create the instance if I don't have a constructor. So maybe I need to do a constructor for this attribute actually. I mean, it's fine. Doesn't matter too much. Internal unit attribute. Doesn't that work like that? Maybe not. I thought C# works like that, but okay. I mean, let's see. C# create or activator create with member names. I don't know. Now that doesn't really work how I would want it. I mean, I guess we could do that actually. If attribute dot get constructors. I mean, it does have one, right? Probably has one. Let's actually see if it has one first. Okay. Constructors. I think it's empty. Doesn't have anything, right? So most likely what we could do is if our pool has matching constructor is constructors let's do it any for now because we probably would need to find the matching constructor, but whatever. Where C or constructor dot get parameters length is parameters length like that. And this would be false in this case, so if has matching constructor, we can do all of that stuff that we already did. We do that. Otherwise, what we do is we call, well, we create our instance as is. Or like, we can do it as an attribute, right? Oh, but, it's a little bit more complicated than that. We probably would need to do for each var param in parameters if param contains an equal sign, then we have a named parameter, and then we do a string param parts. I guess split on that string dot where split options like that. Then we would do new attribute get. How did it do that? On the type itself. Attribute type. So attribute type get members. Or get member with the param parts 1 or like 0, sorry. Set value on new attribute to param. And we probably need to actually do a little bit more var member. Member that. And then convert change type param to member dot type. Is that not the type? What is that? Member info. And member info doesn't have the type. C# get type of member. If it's a property, okay, get underlying type. I guess we add that. Oh, okay, it's an extension. Let's put that for now here. I don't. We will probably move it into its own class. Member get underlying. Is it not? I thought it is. discard that. Get underlying type. Oh, did I? No. What? Ah, it needs to be. It needs to be its own file. Never mind. Yeah, let's do it actually in core. Probably add a new file. Member info extension. Static. All right, now we can do it. Get get underlying or not. Wait, why is it an array? Oh, okay. Why is it an array? Searches for the public members with a specified name. Maybe, yeah, because it's functions, I guess, yeah. Ah, maybe I need to get weird. I'll get property. I guess get member is probably... Get member is the more generic one, I guess. Is member get underlying type. And then member set. Oh, declaring type. No. Ah, wait. Do I want? No, it was attribute type. Set. No, it was start, right? It was member. Was that not what I found? Get property. Ah, it was a property. I see. Then let's do property, and we only support property for now. I guess. Then I don't think we need that. Because then it's property type. Yeah, what let's assume that we find that always, and then property set value. Let's even see if that even works. binding flags? What is binding flags? Ah. I guess we could add some flags here. Let's see what that actually spits out. It's already painful enough. Okay, so has matching constructor is false, and we get oh wait. Ah, it's because I did create the constructor, right, for the unit attribute now. Did I not? But wait, then shouldn't that have match? Hold on. Why does that not work? That's fascinating. Unit attribute. In my mind, that should have worked. Oh, where? Not public and binding flags, non-public, I guess. What is the attribute? Name. Okay, I broke that, great. Not sure how. Ah. Or instance, okay. Wait, what was that? Let's go back. Non-public constructors. I mean, I guess I would want that. But I guess that doesn't exist, right? Yeah. Create instance, whatever that is. Whatever. Does that work again? It seems like it works again. Okay, so we have a constructor. It would be matching. I guess what we could do is match those then. For now, let's match those. So that would be an object array. So let's do that. Let's do a list of object arguments is that for each var param in parameters. We do an arguments add this. Well, actually, we probably need a for. It's fine. We can loop either way. And then parameters I, CTOR arguments I. That should work, and let's leave this part as a to-do. Perfect. Although, yeah, okay, that doesn't really work, right, in my case. Let's say we don't support. Let's actually see. Let's remove the unit stuff again. So that we see, can we even do that then? Okay. So we have a unit attribute, and then we have that. We split on this. We get the property, which didn't work. Great. Why would that not work? Probably because we need the flags again. Because it's a non-public flag, because it's an internal one. Yeah. Unfortunate. Ah, okay. From system string to DSL unit, it cannot convert that. Can I somehow try parse maybe? Ah, maybe. So if property dot property type is enum, then we do something else. Otherwise we do this. Probably. Parse this. That should work. Where do we miss? How do we do that again? Why do we miss one? Oh, because we have one here, which is weird. Requested value. Oh, of course. Parts. Add one. Property method set not found. Well, that is unfortunate. Which makes kind of sense because we don't have that. The question is, can I even construct this? Does C# even support that? Maybe not, right? Question is, do I even support that on myself? I don't know. Let's see. We can do that, and then this will work. Yeah, now we have it here, right? Yeah. Now we go further and do that, and now we should have... Yeah. So that works. Is it really nice? Probably not. But it's, I think, for a first version, good enough. The question is now, how do we actually build the rest from that? Because even with that info, what do I do with that? What do I do with that info now? I mean, one way would be... What we could do for sure is... Because that should be a numerical editor, right? So we could have a unit here. Hello. Good evening to you too. Now we could do numeric options, add storage unit equals whatever. Which would... That would work, but is that really how I would want to do it? See, maybe your type comes in handy there. No. Maybe your type comes in handy there after all. I don't know. Let's leave that for now. I need to think about that a little bit more. Let's fix first the other part. So I mean, I have the attribute working more or less. What I wanted to actually fix as well is the rotate, well, the gizmo's not working. How do I do that though? Maybe let's actually go here. Let's add another transform component.h here. Let's call it transform component for now. Might rename it. It's not actually a component, it just is helper functions for the word, or for the transform. So it probably won't stay in there. Okay, and the transform component we still have here. Did I even remove that? Editor, game core. I probably maybe didn't. Transform component.cpp. .h. Yeah, let's generate that. I think I might want to, but I will probably in 06 I will revisit that with the physics stuff, because then we actually have stuff that touches the transform more concretely. And probably 06 is like the version after which I can start with the game when we have physics working. Alright, so that one, remove it, we don't want that here. And I more or less don't want any of that crap. Yeah, so we more or less, well, namespace, transform. Let's go here. That. Not sure that I need any of that. Move definition to source file. Can I move all of them? Yeah, then get transform. Okay. That goes away, that goes away, that goes away. kinda like that. Don't I need to forward declare those? Whatever. Maybe not because they're in the header, I guess. But what I actually want is transform component. Again, I might do that. I will definitely do that different in the future, but for now we will do it like that because it's the simplest one that I can come up with for now. We actually don't need that. And the scale matrix, do I need that? Scale matrix. I mean, maybe. Even though, probably not. And then, that would be const. That would be const. Yeah, I'm considering that they should go probably into the class, but I'm not 100% sold on that, to be honest. They also, like, the code generator definitely will support that in the future, that you can have that you can have functions in there, but the thing is, I think I want to have the transform a little bit different anyways, but I have to think about that a little more, to be honest. What I mean by that is I probably want two representations. And the one I currently have is actually the editor representation only. For runtime, I think I want to store the actual transform matrix only. So I think I want to change that, and then everything will come together a little bit more, and we probably still will store that anyways. So I can draw that in a second. I really need to do that like that? Or whatever. It's really, this code is really old. That's like one of the first ones that I did, I think, for the engine. It didn't really age very well, and it was very hacked. So I think what I would want to do is, and I saw that in like the engine that I work with at work currently, which I think is quite nice in hindsight. So what they have is, they have like an editor representation, or like an editor only transform component. That one basically has 3 vec 3s more or less, like this position, rotation, and scale, right? And you only have that in the editor, and then during runtime you have what they call a word transform component. Actually, it's a little bit more complicated than that, but basically that, and that just has the matrix 4x3, I think, is the transform, right? Is it really? Yeah. Where? Or is it just... No, it's a matrix 4, right? It's not a matrix 4-3. Is it a matrix 4-3? I think a matrix 4-3 is enough, right? I think it is. Yeah. But yeah, basically that. And then in the game you only work with that, and this is really just for setting it in the editor. And then this one would have set functions. And this one just basically constructs this one. Yeah, mostly performance reasons, yes. Because you don't want to calculate that every frame. And I mean, what the airs as well do is well, actually no, it doesn't really matter. Yeah, it's mostly that, mostly performance. But again, I'm not sure if I want to go that route. I want to keep that open, so that's why for now I do it like that. The transform component is by far, because currently I do this every frame. Every frame I recalculate the transform matrices for everything, which doesn't scale very well. Like, it doesn't scale at all, let's put it that way. It doesn't scale as well. So either way, we probably need to store it here, worst case, if this even is not editor only, right? We still need to do that. But at that point, it's like, those are kind of overkill, because in the game you never want them. I don't know why the color suddenly changed. Whatever. Because those are not really useful ever, those 3 values here. You most of the time always want the finished X3 matrix anyways. And you can get most of it out of it, the only problem is the scale. Which maybe we store separate still, I'm not sure. Yeah, again, I need to think about that a little bit more. That's why I don't want to move everything yet completely. And I just want to restore stuff for now. We still have some time for 0.5, so I probably will finish that before I ship 0.5, but yeah. How did I manage to break that now? How did I break that again? Did I do something stupid? Did I break it or what? No, there it is. Oh, I didn't probably rebuild that one, so that's why it overrode it. We need to fix some warnings, but yeah. I probably have to eat soon. It's quite late. So I'll probably do that. How long am I streaming actually already? I didn't. Oh, well, not that long, but I was quite late today. Tomorrow will be the normal schedule again, and let's hope that tomorrow I can actually get that out of the... When we start with the input stuff, I really want to get that done. I mean, it's really just fixing that last bit here. Why? Hold on, what? Yeah, that's fair, but... How and why? How and why and when did I... Like, what exactly are you... Ah, the road tour. Did I again do that thing where the rotor is not marked as transform? No, it's runtime only. So I guess I broke something. I guess I broke the runtime only somehow. Let's see. Attribute runtime only. We have an attribute here. And we constructed. Okay. Fair. Let's probably give where is my field? Field. Camera is fine. Base velocity, min velocity. Pitch delta, yaw delta. ID. Rotor, and we don't have an attribute here or what? We don't. Why? Okay, more. Free camera, no, that's not it. ID component, that's not it. Transform, perfect. Okay. Wait. Okay, no. Trimmed, runtime only. Attribute string, runtime only. Okay. Oh, wait. That's why, okay. See, that's where everything kind of falls apart. If attribute strings none, does that exist? Okay, and well, I guess we can do an any. Is either this or this or that. If all of the, well, as is single attribute maybe. Again, very ugly. Then we do basically that. Continue. Ugly as hell, but I think it will work. Yeah, seems like it worked because it's gone. Alright, so that starts again, and then we should be able to go to our scene editor and fill out that stuff again. Which is up here. Which here would be get transform or the transform component. And then we do that, and we do here. So that should be fine. This one. Should probably be fine, and then here where rotate. There's the rotation for the transform. And then the scale should be fine, right? Like that. I think with that we should be already good again. Why are you visible? That's wrong, but okay. Why is my... Oh. Okay. Ah, goddammit, what is the hotkey for the gizmo? Ah, this. Okay, that works again. Cool. Does rotating work? Okay, looks like it works. It's really hard, but I mean this changes, so that looks fine. But we show the radiance with which is, yeah, unfortunate right now. And I think, I'm not sure what the scale. I'm not even sure if I have a hotkey for scale. I'm not sure. Whatever. Alright, but that kind of works. Why is this still showing? Aren't you supposed to be hidden? Editor only hidden. Shouldn't you be hidden then? What? Yeah, it's gone. Why? Did I? Maybe it's because I didn't. If I do that, will it regenerate? But it does it stupid. What the hell? Maybe this time it works. You should have a thing here that you're hidden. Please. Why is that not working? But the transform worked, right? Yeah. Okay, so why are you not doing the hidden stuff? Hide in editor. Is hidden. Is hidden. Parser again. Confused. Maybe. I mean, that one is quite easy to find, probably. Famous last words. Well, actually, let's put it here. So not camera, not free camera, not ID, name, yes. Okay, we start with that. Editor only and hidden. It could be actually... Wait, is it the same thing? Hold on, wait. Yeah, I think it's the same stupid thing that I tried to solve like that. Man, yeah, maybe sooner than later I should. Actually, it's most likely the easiest one is or. It's this. Although, well, we don't have that, right? Because I strip it here. Maybe I don't strip that then. Let's do that. Because I think that then can get rid of this as well. Even though the single attribute could be way faster, right? Because I skip all that shenanigan here. But I think that should fix it. Yeah. Probably it makes sense to maybe invest some time and try to do the three-sitter language for it. Because that would make this a lot simpler. And I don't need to care too much about the syntax afterwards anymore. But yeah, works. Okay. Alright. Did I just press duplicate and it created an entity where... Oh wait, it needs to that. Does that even work? What if I... That would be an interesting experiment. Does it work if I do... Transient, nowhere, transform? That will not work, right? That will produce garbage. I think what we need to do is in that default value. That is part 2 and we split. Oh, that's okay. So we split on that. But we split as well on this. Maybe string dot join. Oops. Something like that. Okay. How did I manage that? What? Why would... Oh, because we don't split on the part here. Maybe I split on that as well. I don't really see why that would be a bad idea to split on this as well. Okay. Does it produce something valid? It's the other question, right? Yeah, that's what I thought. Is it valid if I do... So that is not valid either. Oh wait, it is? Really? Doesn't complain about that? Do I have a cast in there for the constructor? No, not really. That just accepts that, okay. But that is a pain, not gonna lie. I guess what would work is if we do this, right? Your initializer list you use, so it implicitly casts. But I thought I had the warnings on for that. Because it complains, for example, for the float, right? Because that's why we had to do... Where is it? Here? That's why I had to do this. Otherwise here it complains. Would that work? No, right? It still complains about that, yeah. But this does not... This is not supported, or? Yeah. That's not valid syntax, so it would need to be... I guess what would work is this, right? Maybe. Maybe we do that. Well, or like basically that, right? I think. No, okay, that doesn't work. It has to be like that. Hello. Do you know Chrome? We're doing a little bit of code generation. I mean, I can. The problem is, well, I mean, I kinda can. I cannot. The thing is, what if? I mean, I guess. What if someone forgets? Then he gets an error, I guess. I know. It's just that... Where is it? In here... Yes, I can force them to do that, but do I really want to do that, right? It would be just simpler to do this. If I already provide mine, then I would need to... I mean, I can write that custom logic in the generator to detect that it's a float and then add the f at the end. I guess. Not discipline them. Alright, then let's do that. Nah, actually no. Let's try to do it smart. The generator should do it. Let's do that. Let's add the generator stuff. If this is a custom file format, then it's not discipline, it's leaky abstraction. What do you mean? So would you suggest it should be an F or not? To not be a leaky abstraction, if that is your saying. Because for me, it doesn't really add anything because we already have the type here. Oh, okay. I'm kinda on that thing as well, so probably what I need to do is... Where is it? Good question. Where is it? Where is it? So where is my field stuff that I generate? No, not here. Here. Well, I don't think that will happen, but yeah, let's see. Hell no. I guess... Yeah, not gonna happen. Do I do it here or do I do it somewhere else is the question. I think the field has a type, right? I do already parse that, and I think, what is that? Oh, that's the old code. Let's remove that. Oops. Yeah, exactly. I resolve the type here. Maybe I write here that the name already in, the suffix already in when I have to type. That could work. Only question is, how would I do that in like a sensible way? I think it doesn't need to be too complicated, because yeah, if we want to extend it, I can think about that. We cross that road if it has to happen in the future. So if... but we need to do it here as well, right? So we need to do it multiple times. So maybe we do it actually... we resolve that first. And then we need to handle it here, but basically if we have a default value, then yeah, it needs to be basically this value. Append type suffix oh wait, that's not so simple actually, but I mean it would be something like that. But for now, let's actually do that here. String or private string and type suffix. And we get a type, where we get an optional quad type. Oops. Where? So first of all, I think C# is probably my second strongest language after C++. I evaluated doing it in Python first. Well, what would be your suggested alternative? So I tried it in Python first with libclang. That was a pain in the ass and slow, mostly because of libclang. I could have used, of course, Python and Treecito, but then again, I hate Python. Then I tried a little bit of Sig and didn't really like Sig, and then I settled on C#. Yeah, I could, but C# comes with a lot of handy tools that make it easier instead of with CPP, because for example I can do stuff like that where I have attributes that I then can get with reflection like that, so I can have extended editors and attributes. With C++, you would need to do that with macros or hard-coded stuff, which doesn't really help that much. So in that sense, C# is just a stronger language for this, in my opinion. For detecting attributes that I want to have in my language and stuff like that. And now anyone can come into the project, create a new project related code generation thing, just add an attribute and he has code generation for that attribute out of the box without touching anything in the actual generator. Because I'm getting all the types that inherit from a certain base class. C++ has its strengths, but I mean, yeah, there is no reflection, and that is one big weakness of it for stuff like that. If type is null, return value. And I guess we do... I guess I have that already, that might come in handy now. Where is it? Was it here? Yeah. Kinda. I mean, I guess I would do something like that. Let's do it, why not? It's a little bit stupid, but I don't find a better way right now. That one was unused, so I cleared that. Well, it's only the generator that's in C++, in C#, right? The rest is all in C++, like the editor and stuff like that. I agree that there is some, like, yeah, some overhead / debt involved with that, but writing it in C++ would just be pain. So that one goes here. And the thing is, well, to be honest, does it really help me, that suffix generation? Actually, I don't think so, to be honest. Wait, let me think about that again. Because the problem is with U8, there is no suffix for it, right? If am I not mistaken? And it still would complain. I mean, maybe it would only complain about the sign, not about the size. No, it would actually complain about the size. Yeah, but do I really want to do that? I mean, yeah, maybe, but... So, for the vector, I got it to work, right? Where was it? So I would do this for the vector. Does this work? Because if that works, then I'm fine with that. Okay, I think... Actually, we might do that. Because I mean, technically that's a C-star cast, but is it really? Not really. I mean, yeah. Technically it is. But I think it's fine with that, right? Well, does it generate now code? Good question. Okay, yeah. You mean like the static cast or what? Because that again doesn't really scale well with the vector, right? I can't... I don't think I can. That will not work, right? I mean, why would it work? Cannot static cast that. Yeah. So I tried to find a common ground between the two. It's for a lot of things. So currently that part is for components for the ECS system. It generates this plus serialization plus editor visualization. We have as well engine module code generation, basically registering all the assets or stuff like that. So it's quite involved already, the code generation. It reduces the amount of boilerplate that we need to write. So I think I will settle for that. It's a little bit more verbose. We have like the function style cast, but I think it's simpler and more straightforward than the... Yeah. Explicit isn't always bad. What do you mean with that? But I mean, yeah, I agree. So that would work, right? But do I like it that I have a warning there, more or less? I guess I will do that. Well, I'm not sure if you're talking about that the code generation is like not needed, something like that. It seems like it does not complain about that. Yes, but writing it out every time allows you to make mistakes as well. There is a reason why bigger proprietary engines, and as well, for example, I mean, it's a proprietary engine, but engines, for example, like Unreal, but I know a couple of, well, actually a lot of examples from proprietary engines that I worked with. There is a good reason why they have code generation. Because people tend to make mistakes in the easiest code, such as serialization. And you don't need to reinvent the wheel and rewrite how to serialize your components with like basic members all the time. And you will, and the benefit is if you have a bug, you fix it in the generator and it fixes the whole project for you. And you don't need to go and search for every place where you have the bug. Well, there's a lot of benefits, but yeah, it's not a tool that solves all the problems. Don't get, I'm not saying that. So it seems that works. I'm not sure if it will work. I'm not sure if that works on all compilers, right? Because I have warnings as errors, as you said. So maybe on Clang or GCC that actually triggers. It seems on MSVC he likes that, but I'm not sure if I like it. Well, macros is don't get me started. So those are something I try to avoid as much as possible. But yeah, you could achieve similar stuff with macros, and I mean, to some extent Unreal uses those, but it's really just marking stuff for their Unreal header tool, which is a code generator. So most of their macros is just there so that the Unreal header tool can find them. And then runs code generation. Yeah, but is it readable and maintainable? That's the other question, right? I mean, yes, you can with metaprogramming do a lot of stuff. But I argue a C# generator is more maintainable than that. And I say that while I have a lot of templates already in the engine for various stuff that automates stuff, things. Yeah, I'm not sure if I like that. I probably will sleep about over that. Maybe we do the, as you said, deducing the suffix. I will now get something to eat because I'm quite hungry. Didn't eat yet. But we are, I mean, I basically finished the first version of the code generator, I would say. What is Brekis? What the hell? No idea. Never heard of that channel. Okay. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. All right. Thank you very much for joining. We will be back tomorrow. Probably short, or maybe I clean that up in the morning. It's not that interesting to add the suffix here. And then we will be back, yeah, around lunch, a little bit after lunch, so probably around 1 p.m. European time. And yeah, 1 second, I will just finish my sentence. And then we will work on the input thing, re-adding the support for game controllers. Well, I started programming when I was 10, 11 or something like that, with some web stuff, HTML and stuff like that, and JavaScript a little bit. Yeah, enjoy it. Have a good rest. What's up? See you maybe tomorrow. And then I switched to C#, like first to Java, then to C#, but most of it was just small programs just for fun. And yeah, when I finished school, I was on a school that did a little bit of programming in C# for network programming, like client server stuff, but not very sophisticated, to be honest, but yeah. And then I considered going to university for a degree, but then a company in the town, or in the city, was looking for interns, and that's basically how I ended up in the games industry. And I did a little bit of smaller games on the side, like tutorials back in the day. It's not, there was, I think, no Unity. I mean, maybe there was Unity, but I did some other like Java and C# games from tutorials. No, it wasn't C++, no. I started C++ only once I was in the games industry. I actually didn't know any C++ before. I mean, I heard of C++, but I didn't code any C++ before joining a company. So it was quite some tough learning at first, but yeah, doing C++ now since 15 years. 14 years, something like that. Yeah. I mean, it really depends a little bit. I would say try to. Again, I was lucky because the company I was applying for I was looking for people that knew Java and C# at that time because they had a project that was using that, and I knew that. And then after that project, I was switched to a project that used C++. And that's basically where I learned it. And there are companies, as I said, smaller companies like do Unity games in C#, right? So you don't need to know C++, but it's definitely helpful if you want to work in a company that uses it. But any coding is already good, because if you grasp the core concepts of programming and coding, C++ is of course complicated, but it's just learning the intrinsics of C++ and how memory works and stuff like that. I don't think so. I wouldn't even say that I'm now comfortable with C++, but I would say probably. I mean, as I did it for work, it kind of goes quick, right? But I say once I felt comfortable, probably after a year or something like that, probably. But I still learn new stuff to this day. C++ is just so complicated. I wouldn't consider myself an expert. And probably after a year I felt comfortable. But yeah. And that's as well when I started watching some CPP con videos and stuff like that to educate myself a bit more about C++. I don't, let me quickly check. I don't think we are looking for people. I mean, you can look as well yourself. So that would be the company. I can share the link as well. I don't mind that. Wait, what? Why does it not allow me to send that? I really need to go. Yeah, it's pretty much the same as well. I would give me probably as well a 7 out of 10 or something like that. I did some interviews when I worked at Ubisoft Barcelona. I was part of the team that interviewed applicants, and I always found, like, we asked them as well, like, maybe how they rate. Sometimes we ask them how, not always, but sometimes we ask them how they would rate their own C++ skills. Or it was actually, no, it was on the resume, and every time we saw someone on the resume who said like he's a 9 out of 10 or a 10 out of 10 or 5 out of 5, whatever the rating was in C++, we were already suspicious, and that's like, nobody says that. So I don't think, yeah, I mean, we always take, we always accept applications, even if it's not written here, right? But it even says here, right? Don't feel free to contact us. But I doubt that we currently look for someone, but maybe. I mean, at least not officially, yeah. Currently in that, I'm not that long at that. I mean, I'm 1 year now at the company, yeah. And I know a lot of people from the past, but I'm not in a position to know too much how if we need people or something like that. Currently, I'm just senior programmer, and that's it. Not with a lot of managerial responsibilities, which is good as well. No, not necessarily. We have a couple of I mean, maybe not AAA, but in my studio we have some Unity projects. I wouldn't consider them AAA, but there is AAA studios that do Unity. Not that I would recommend it because it's a I will not say that public. I don't like the company, let's put it that way, but you will know it because it's a they made a pretty good game, or like a couple of pretty good games. Moon Studios. They are actually, well, the owner is from Austria as well. They did Ori and now No Rest for the Wicked, and they use Unity for their games. And I would consider those AAA. So all their 3 games are in Unity. So there are AAA Unity games. I mean, as well, what is it? City Skylines 2 is as well Unity, if I'm not mistaken. Isn't it? Yeah. So there is AAA projects in Unity, it's just a bit less. I mean, yeah, I want to get some food, but feel free to add me on Discord and we can talk. Let me quickly, where is my browser again? You can join, you can then leave again, but you can just, that's how you will be able to contact me in Discord directly. And then I can give you some... Ah, okay, sure. But I mean, I don't know, that's a little bit of an open question, it depends on the company, but usually... Unfortunately, I'm not a big fan of it, so I will just say that before leaving. Currently, the interview processes in most of the companies, I mean, depending again on the role you're trying to apply, like for a junior or intern, it's a little bit different. But usually it involves some sort of technical test. Depending on the company, that can be a thing that they send you and you do on your own. Some companies want to do it live in the first, or like in one of the interview meetings, they ask you some questions. Yeah, and it's most of the time just to try to gauge your knowledge about programming, and most interviews I had about C++, so they will ask you what questions. It really ranges, so there's sometimes interviews that go a little bit more broad, which I think are a little bit better, to be honest, because they are more realistic what you do in a day-to-day. So for example, one interview, which I think still was the best one, they asked me more or less, okay, we are pretending we are doing a 2D game, like a bullet hell shooter. How would I go about to solve the collision in such a game? Like, what are my thoughts about how I would approach collision handling in a 2D bullet hell game? And then they were like looking, how do I think about that problem? How do I try to approach that problem? And basically it boiled down to, okay, maybe we separate the world into a grid, and we assign each bullet and enemy into grid cells, and then we try that, and maybe if that doesn't work, maybe we do a quad tree and so on, right? And we go from there. I think that was more the best interview I had so far, because it's more, or like closer resembles what you actually do day to day, right? And it's more sane, and it doesn't ask you just what is that line in the standard basically saying, which sometimes other questions are, like interviews. I think one of the worst interviews I had was they were really just asking me bizarre C++ questions that usually you don't need, and in 1% of the cases you need to know. Which again, then I don't know how they evaluate them in the back, but I really don't think it's important that you exactly know how the move constructor works, as long as you understand the concept of the move constructor. but they really wanted to know exactly what the move constructor means. Yeah, the move operator means, which I think is not really useful. So there's that kind of spectrum, and in the interviews that I did, we asked them sometimes what they know, like what collections they know in C++, and what the difference, for example, between a vector and a stack or a deck is, for example. Or what the difference between a vector and a list is, and stuff like that. And then we are looking for, okay, does he know what the continuous memory is and stuff like that, and what the benefit of that is versus a linked list, for example. And what are the benefits of a linked list and stuff like that. Can I talk? I must be implementing. No, it's, I mean, it again depends on the company. There's some companies that just want to talk with you about that. And the thing that I mentioned with the collision thing, that was just talking. There was no implementation or anything. I was just talking about the concepts. But sometimes some companies want you to do certain things in code, actually, yeah. Again, that depends on the company and the interview process. Sometimes it's offline, so you can cheat a little bit, which I think is fine, because during the work you as well look some stuff up most of the time in the internet. It's not like you solve everything, like you don't reinvent the wheel most of the time. So I think that's fine. It's just that you have to understand, then they will ask you something about the code that you have written, and you have to understand it and need to be able to explain it. Just copy pasting from the internet will not do it, right? That's always a thing that you need to consider then. And some companies do it live, yeah. And I think the live interviews have some benefit, but I generally don't like them, because I think unless you're super confident and good, most of the live interviews always have a sort of, yeah, you will just fuck up eventually because you're just nervous, right? That's just how it goes. So I don't really value them too much. I don't think they are very useful. But that's just my opinion. There's definitely people that have other opinions and think they are super useful. But yeah, we can talk more if you're interested. I don't mind talking about that. It's just that I'm hungry, so I will now head out. I will be back tomorrow. I was fun out talking. And hope I answered some questions. If not, feel free to poke me again. Yeah. Yep. Thank you very much. We will be back tomorrow, as I said. Probably at between 1 and 2 I will be here again. European time. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Have a nice rest of your evening. See you tomorrow. Have a good night. No worries. Feel free, as I said, to contact me if you want some more stuff. Have a great night. Bye bye.